Yeah, alright. We do it. Everything should be live. We all good. Alright, let's see. As always, gotta make sure I have Twitch on. Not yet. Gotta wait for a bit. There we go. Now we're live. Alright. Alright, everything should be ready. Hello, welcome. Good evening. Kinda moving a lot. Alright, whatever. We got it. We good. We Gucci. We baton. Dun, dun, dun. Of course, fashionably late, as always. Want to wait until people are here before I begin. What if I show up as live? Yeah! Alright, we good. Oh! It actually restricts someone. Okay, that's a cool feature. Alright, but hello, welcome, and good evening. Welcome to the third episode of the Great Ace Attorney. The Adventures of the Runaway Room. And this is going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully things are better now that we're off the boat. Playing from your latest save. Let's see. We're gonna give people a chance to get here. I should really just watch these sometime or another. But, hey, we're back to the Great Ace Attorney. I've already said that a couple times, I'm sorry. So, since I'm I say let's get right to it. Episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night.
The dead of night.
Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Alright, let's go. Yeah! We here.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
Big!
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Yeah! Cleese and Pallid. God, I love this animation.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
He's gonna get his bag stolen, isn't he?
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Supreme Court.
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
I love the design of that cart.
And welcome to the centre of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
That doesn't look right. That's just a... Did they have a tower like that in London? Oh. Gears. Let's see, what's the audio balancing look like? Probably a tiny bit lower. Yeah, there we go. I did hit send in those places, didn't I? Yep. Usual places. It's showtime! Woo! Alright. I'm gonna try something just in case. Zoop, zoop. Twitch. Live. Okay, no, it's accurate. Alright, just wanted to make sure. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. Lord Chief Justice. What an incredible place. Imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. Stone. Rock and stone. Yeah, that's the right place. Okay. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. Certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? It is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in this room in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. Having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. We have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, we have to take jelly beans. Gonna take a quick sip of water. Even though nobody paid for it yet. Sorry about that. Law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, imposing man. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Okay, definitely gotta get a picture of this dude for Yang. Although, vote, is he gonna be a help or a hindrance? Wait, why is my body like that? Why am I, like, off to the side? There we go. Alright, now I'm facing the audience. Don't know why I, like, turned my body fully. That was weird. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Oh, it's the same symbol as Phoenix's. Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. They're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But they're the mark of the defense. It would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on his study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Master Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. That's a dude. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history. It will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. If you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asagi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country, naturally, extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy. I see that is true. It is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. We just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asagi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. The thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? There's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer. It's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Zuma, Mr. Asagi's journey has only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. No, it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted, a perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first. Sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asagi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction up there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. Of course it's a murder trial! It's all been murder! A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishments. He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. The defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I'd like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry. The time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? This absurd test? Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. Resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. he will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. That's awful, but that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save the man from a very miserable land. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Let's go! If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Yeah, let's go. Court with an illustrious past. The Old Bailey is... This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. One of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked perfectly. So pleased, I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there is no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. You alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? Oh! What are you doing follow me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself. So I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand! Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is... It's enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Does that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! Ah! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see. As for me good self here, I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and Blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry. Only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. Oh, I donated it to the city, so I did. Oh, an entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. I believe it's queer. Someone that actually speaks London can do the translation. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they think the gold is saying I'm a good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. I posted the picture of Magnus McGilded to Yang, who's currently either working or eating. And she said that that hat is gonna freaking explode. Wait, what did she say? Explode is gonna open up or explode halfway through the damn trial. And yeah, I totally agree. I can totally see that happening. Alright, there we go. Much better. Alright. Boop. Hold up. Let me get some water. I need my oita. Let's see. Did I move? Yeah, I'm to the side again. What the heck? How does that happen? Boop. Oh yeah, probably because I'm like leaning down here and then like things. No, that didn't do it. I don't know. Something. This gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well... Yes, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, if you have all that money, but you don't have anyone to represent you in a court, there's no other logical conclusion then. You're guilty of the charges. Well, you call a spade in the East, so you do. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. Still can express myself very well in English, you see. And I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't so. Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a blackguard I must be. I'm totally sorry. I can't say that I blame you for tinking it, fella. it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zykes. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Von Zykes stands for the prosecution, they call the accused as sacrificial lambs. To this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak von Zykes. Must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. Counsel. That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided how to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate! Don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you'll lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Let's go! Ooh, pretty. I like the scales. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes my words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Yeah, we're back to the mashed potato beard. Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Back to old mashed potato beard. Alright, let's go. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus Begilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. Man's a vampire. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. I go here, just turning my sign all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You should be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella's a student from some little island off in the Far East. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please maybe go and play in McGilded Park. Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. Oh, welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. Sorry, I couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? I like the maid. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rottens to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they'd never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentences according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zykes. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounce your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Anyone in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Yeah! And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by policemen who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. Gilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. How did I get into this? Let's see. Thrice-Fired Mason, male, age 54, occupation brickmaster. Dead once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Let's see, his face is partially covered. The knife is fairly obvious. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He's toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Let's see, anything else about the gloves? Let's see... Nope. I backed into the corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. So, he's blonde. Definitely nowhere near the same face. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the notion of carriage, my lord. Lilted so it is, and then I opened my eyes again. 'Twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I never laid eyes on before in me life. I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from a stomach? I was about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got to the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, That statement of the drivers is only the beginning. That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the Brickmaster was fatally stabbed. Oh shit. Sorry. Order! 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 The killing took place. Only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. There were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus at the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I think Lady First. I think cats are gents. Ah yes. A hatter. God, I love his stupid hat. Lady First. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, I'll be present in the stand where an omnibus and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite alright. Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached up and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did, couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. Have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Damn, bringing a whole ass carriage into the building. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. Foreign guests. That there is a skylight in the roof. A longer view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. This is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like you to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby firmly accepted as evidence. Can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Alright, can I explore it? Well, let's open the door and get inside, shall we? It's the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Oh, that's a poster from the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. That's blood that soaked into the seat. The victim's obviously. Yes, that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch of any description. Says it can't be opened from the inside the cabin, at least. This seat has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, cools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Let's see. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have had a wonderful view of London streets from up here. Here, on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them, they had to pay money to do so? Brr, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment. Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. I'm sorry, what? Phoenix Wright Omnibus. I love that. I love that for some reason. 418. Is there anything else I can find? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Let's see, is this gonna be the same? so we have a trunk compartment where the man was murdered. This door right here. 2 seats. Okay, so were they sitting in the front or the back? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let's continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! Yeah, let's go! It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir, that's right, sir. It was so cold it was freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. No other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example? I'm quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. Nobody fled the scene of the crime, then. I would say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window is right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. Could have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Well, our fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got this back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something other than they should now be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, you can't fool me. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. This is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What the fuck? What is happening here? Let me see. Oh yes, it seems that how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. These enormous scales fall completely to the black side. Does that mean... let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with their cross-examination. Nightmare.
Hold it!
You stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'm thinking about a new hat design, you see? I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. Then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. Huh. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. Jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. Even we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is this a knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it! The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That's a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. Seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection.
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. The boss. Compelling, counsel. My lord, if you forgive the interruption. The sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh. Doesn't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. That looks a lot like blood. Surely is blood, the victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. You think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. Finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. So where's the M? Or it could be a W. Letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. They're very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. That could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. Afraid I don't know at all, but what am I sure of is that this is an M. Oh. Well, that idea was quickly quashed. Oh yeah, because of the way that the loop goes. Wait, don't you finish with the loop? Let's see, anything else about the knife? Let's see, blood. Nope, that's it. Ah, juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! No, I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. have painstakingly typed every word out of here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. 2 left. You've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, you just make the situation worse. Or less. What we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. Now, more sparks may well fly. But... alright. I'll keep trying. Can't give up. You just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, so that would be the passenger, so yes, collapsed on the floor he was.
Excuse me.
Remain, Mr. Fairplay. What are you fossicking up for now? Oh shoot, did I mess up? By the way, you always seem to be looking to the side, one way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. He's not really willing to say anything, it seems. Your business, anyhow. Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. Pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. Was it really innocent? Or could it be? But before we jump to conclusion, our first act should be to gather information. Yeah, I messed up.
Hold it!
Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaster. And then the other passenger that had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Then plunge it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Wait. Contradiction! Lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5? Do I take it that you too? As a master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. I won't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, so they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little. Gee up now, so ablaze, the finish is in sight. God dang! Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day, and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. Always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Well, then maybe go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Well, when did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylockser, and what's the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money to an extortionate rate of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It's no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason had killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaster was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. In the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. Believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where's the evidence to support your claim? Gotta have that wine. The Reaper brand wine. Pray, forgive the discourse. See, I'm filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha! There it is! Lord von Zyk's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard the ladies from the Far East could show great courage. I expect to experience it myself. As usual assistant to defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Well, this toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. You owed over 20 guineas. 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Let's see, purple. This bottle must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Can't find anything out of place. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? Look, the repayment is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. This could be very useful information. Let's see, anything else? He's made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Incredibly, madame, that is the modus operandi of the accused. It's such a petty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense. That was it. Last year's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Time to convince the jury, I guess. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Miss Fusado, just tell me one thing. Yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty... Yep, we read that. However, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation? Examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text in British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Fusado? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Huh. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruto, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we will be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that... if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. It became something of a formality, with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use. Wonder why? Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Think, Mr. Naruhodo. Big breaths. Summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? Of course we assert our right to carry it out. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
It's alright. I believe it proves vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with a summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... Ours, the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. Not to mention what's made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying luck. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. Hell yeah, we got a chance. This before. Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years it is. Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. And gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilted, guilty of this most serious crime. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far, and drawn a logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair's fair. Fair fares is our motto. We have raised prices above 4 pence for years. Wait! Okay, so 4 pence. Contradiction! The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor? That's also wrong. So I found 2 that are wrong. Push for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. Persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? Thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusion by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. You must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if you can identify any contradictory statements. If you can, you then contrast these statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Contradiction in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements, and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Bam bam! I have to pull this off! Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Definitely saving before this. But I have an idea already. Yes, my lord. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And jury number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. Doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication... it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. It's news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were on an agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Yeah! This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well! A penny can't be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! You managed to change 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. We can do it! Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with their summation examination. Innocent, I should like to hear what this slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Oh, I know what to do.
Objection!
These 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste. Oh dear me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? I've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prime banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh? Is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move! Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never! They're stabbing in totally different directions! What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. Can it abide people telling lies? Yeah, balanced again. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. I could use magic. Do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Doc Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollection of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. This young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. So the lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Why are you calling it dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Why are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's true. There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. Exactly the point I've been trying to make. Before you go any further, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, what is it, Miss Susato? I think you should have a look through the court record. Ah, you see? This evidence makes it quite clear. It's an outside chance of what the juror is saying. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Doc Jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. Oh, things actually moved on my desk. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job? As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? See, so the two witnesses saw two different moments. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm present with something you can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. As proven by...
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright. I concede defeat. Yeah! Wait. That means... 4 jurors are now leaning through not guilty. You done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We... won! What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir! No one deceives me! But we had a consensus! I said shut your trap! I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Please don't tell me he's a barber. The defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. Now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. Adjudiciate. Hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to preserve the truth. So, Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Come on, say things. Damn! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zykes! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during summation examination. So I honor the deathly silence, and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. That's not nice. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Damn, you're taking off the cape? Bring forth the witnesses once more. Oh shit, they're all nervous. Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we've just had to endure. Yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You're advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, meal deal. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Oh shit, none of them are happy. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear, but, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Filled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him, yes he did, I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen for the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself! I tell you so, Sir Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. Yeah, I've been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! Your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. Me, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. 10 times early, just can't make the result come out differently. That figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. You've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I like that, just absolutely. I love these games. Gotta press everybody. So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4p fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last one of the day pay. It was so cold out. It stopped myself passing out. Jill blamed just listening to you. I was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. There had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that last. Suspect.
Hold it!
5 pence. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. I just told you that I did. A flat fare 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. You feel this on the ferry, you did? And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir! A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror the man Mona's life has taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? None of the witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. Turned out to be very significant. Their breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilder, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? Following before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. I expect that was me, sir. Then I was turned around, yes? Yes, I saw it through the skylight. Out of his midriff. Yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing.
Ruth! Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me! I know what you're thinking! You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed! What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your night peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I expect the city bank I'll have, you know? I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a little hot on the call there, my lord. I'd ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was.
Objection!
The gloves! Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soap might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? These here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. There certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah, but, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, because your testimony into question, say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is it that really the truth?
Objection!
You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was the accused. He categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. Claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? No. If he had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, could turn the tide in this trial completely. Alright, everybody, give me a quick moment. Gotta do something. Alright, I'm back. It was very quick. Give me a moment, and back to the unreality. Yeah, let's go. Come on. Alright, yeah, there we go. Yeah. We got this thing. Got this braid. Wait, did I turn it off? Okay, yeah, I did. We're good. I have evidence. My lord? Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that would clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay has a reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. Hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that a loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, for the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? A devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order, order, order. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord? Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I don't remember seeing blood on McGilded's hand. Both of them.
Objection!
Yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Or so you keep saying. I wondered if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir. On the assailant's hands. I think... yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yarsh. This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. Might finally have a chance to turn this things around here. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I certainly and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I was seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, note, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or y'all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. I got an idea. On the bus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial, no significant change in the facts of the case. Alright, so let's examine that spot again. There's quite a bit of space under there. So, let's see. Window. Let's see. The coach definitely would have been able to see. The bloodstain. I'm wondering if someone could have snuck on. Let's make sure. Let's see. So that's not a door. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well, you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. Just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. A guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. As a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? Well, banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed a rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. Scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilde's gloves has any sign of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilde sitting beside the other fellow, wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. Black leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. Sir, who apprehended the accused on the night in question, reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilde's gloved hands. This is puzzling indeed. Here's that screen. You didn't see anything? Oh yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. Sorry to say I saw him stab the man. Would you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all, sir. Remember, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that. It was so cold that night, you see. I was all due to keep from passing out, sir. Fairly frozen solid, sorry to say, sir. It seemed prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Bippo! Ah!
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. That begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. What do I know about this young fellow? But I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I'd call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gen inside just gestured at me to clear off. I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. I would say. 2 witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabinet through the skylight? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight on the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. Let's see, did I shift again? Nope, still straight. I mean, I'm not straight, but my character is. You'll identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Seats on the roof, facing the direction of travel. Cabin face each other, which means the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
There. The Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. Entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. He could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. Alright, let's see if we're right. Desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. And the murder. Secured from view was...
Take that!
Yeah! It was our client. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witness of the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Dang! Desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice. Do forgive the discourtesy. people talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself may understand. The victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? In defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
One thought bears the gory remains. Point is, irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailants. Testimony reveals the truth. With somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. The victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
Who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
It's just that. Nothing more than conjecture. It's now clearly stated that they saw the accused. Testimony. As briefly said, the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. I'm afraid I don't remember. A hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. That is, you're proposing an even more preposterous explanation. Failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Ruffian. It turns out the man has been withholding information. He was sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. Jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! I would be utterly illogical to not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. We'll hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Yeah, things are heating up. And what actually happened that night will finally become clear. let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? But gad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all, or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What?! No, Magnus McGilded. The convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. Only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That, I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. Never saw her before or since.
Objection!
You have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. Smoke! Ah! Fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! What's going on? Mr. Naruto, cover your face! Don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus! An emergency recess! Take custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. People stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. No idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Yeah! We got it. We do it. We rocking it. We the best. The Old Bailey defendants. Antechamber. What happened in there? Mr. Naruto, I managed to find out what happened. It's Susato. I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long, but who would have done something like that? Someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. Could it be... Mr. McGill was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So it wasn't lying. Oh, must have become a Mr. McGilded, actually. There's so many things I need to ask him about. He's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with a young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? Taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? That's troubling me. The 20 pence. Oh, Turn to the coachman, Mr. Beppo. Took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence, exactly. Now it seems there are in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. So the events kind of proceed into the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Thank you, officer. I'll go in straight away. Well, wherever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. No soon enough, Miss Usato. Yes! Oh shit. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather mental recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Hello, Lord Benzikes. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which failed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Yes, the army? What in the devil's name? Escaped from the public gallery, but she was caught. There's the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which introduced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What does it mean of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I'll have to explain here. Why is it that this wee lassie was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? Right, so it is. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. It happened that night. Not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. My question. I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra! A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. My feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. And bless my soul, what did I find? A child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I confess, but from what I gather, the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? This is exactly as the defense counsel said. This was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. The intense stare.
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You're the first passenger, as it were. I see. Why? That's why I took the back aside as I did. It is the most comfortable, so it is. What you mean by that? The back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. Talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? Just like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. Should I think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Yeah, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but they fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone? The same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. Thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes.
Hold it!
You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. You wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah! Ara, Lord Van Zykes! Now, why would that be? You'd think to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I wasn't intent to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out what the whys and wherefores first. Fours? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you'll excuse a vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious! Your backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. We can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. That's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. I'se bet, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overacting this. Still in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, I said she can all too often find herself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. While I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witness did not in fact see you at all, Mr. Gilded. Believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage, out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and rather confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns a crust among large crowds, leaving people out of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Hell yeah, petty thieves, let's go! Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and gone and caught on the job. She got herself backed into the corner so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your head, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Look, nice up for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. I guess you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. So... you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. This girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, is a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright. If I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. As because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let a street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night, and the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Wait, it's empty now! Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. I parked myself on the seat for the duration. Let's see. Wait! That wasn't there before? Or I just didn't notice it. Is something wrong? Oh, it's just... well... this bus thing's so obvious, that's all. Yet Van Zykes has made no mention of it. I suppose it does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Yeah, now it's empty! But there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Let's see, has anything else changed? Okay, yeah, I was right. So, they've changed things. Wait. I got an idea. Okay, maybe not. Ah, so you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself that a young life was ruined with all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought, it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yeah! Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury, consensual. They're leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruto, this... well, it must mean... it must mean what? That we're victorious! We won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Damn! Boy going all out. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! Oh! Evidence has been tampered with, in order to corroborate Mr. McGildett's story. Someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, Mr. acknowledged the deficiencies on the constabulary and allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Hey! Thank you for the raid again! What up, PETA? How you doing today? We're getting to the big spot for this right now. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? I am definitely a fan of Lord Van Zykes. Like, he's definitely got that eccentricism to him. How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? Gotta tell the truth. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ara be whist. What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something so to compromise his position? Yeah! As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasant, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's hot, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick-puss are lying. Oh shoot. Back to the other side we go. Ah! Can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always thinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Every time a different truth, it seems. God dang, the light truly is on me right now. Scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. Before we proceed any further, there's the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Yes, it is. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. So far it's been going pretty well. I definitely like the twist of having to... of like trying to have to balance the different judges. I like how you have to see when other people on the stand are reacting, so you gotta call them out on that. And, you know, just the classic Phoenix Wright point at somebody with the right evidence kind of thing. But so far I haven't made a mistake. So that's always good. Alright, hold up. Nobody's counted for it, but I gotta take a drink. So stuck inside the carriage where they hooked up the horses, just like always.
Hold it!
So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum out of you, isn't it? Especially means there's no point spending money to make money. Actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the middle mystery of the fares and all. While paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabmen testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free. The wreck conk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? That's when I slipped into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach. No? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot on this, yeah. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one's ever seemed to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the department was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Seems to have reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. I mean, there was a small spot where somebody could have hid. That was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God Permit, at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God Permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run the carriage ain't got no one on it in it for a while. That's when you can't come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. Go was standing on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the closed cabin. Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure, to be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that iron place. It's pitch in there. So you can't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push a cushion up with me end and look out the crack. Then I have a butcher set who I'm going to fill this. Gotta butcher the fucking word fiddle. Thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I gotta have a look. The seat I got under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. For some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. For that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Just so much like being thrown in the clink. That's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Opson's choice. Why don't you just stick to picking people's pockets in the open, then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had just to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. After a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get all light all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, do you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butches while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke while I'd fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. I measured Mr. McGilden's account, of course. But then the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. So I backed out again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. When Mr. McGilden discovered you, he pulled you up from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood, and made me as sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilden for a while. Is that correct? Wait. I want to see something. Okay, I want to see if there's any blood on the handle. But yeah, that blood stain is still down there. He asked me some stuff. Wants to know me name and what I was up to on that. Then he had something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, it's the person on the roof deck, one would presume. And also was drawn out smartest, and this the Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see what that you can get away later." Let's explain to the jury to decide the defendant was innocent. Yes. Still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive pieces of evidence among this new testimony. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Let's see. Let's see if I can learn anything new about the new bloodstain. It's actually rather hard when you sit on it. Only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English woman wouldn't be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. Mona would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Let's see. Troubles that night. Old crooked hat. So I definitely need evidence. Let's see. I can figure this out.
Hold it!
has to be something. Is there anything else about the gloves? No, I don't think so. God, I'm actually stumped. I'm usually better at these.
Hold it!
Let's see. Definitely no changes in.
Well, no. Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I just had to keep on pressing. Is there something the matter, Council? Just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. Scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you see seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something. It might have given us a vital new clue. Yes, what should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. Well, sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you'll supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What, Superman? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I guess to look out what was going on, but I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were strained to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I just pushed the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was wrong. Then, when I saw this swell get on, got me head down so he didn't notice me. Guess on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! Would you leave it, eh? What a mug.
Excuse me.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McGilded. Oh? What would that be, fella? Do you have something to say about that last statement? No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. Kind of your task still and all. Yeah, have yourself a tip. Ah! Does he think I was asking after his general well-being?
Hold it!
Yep. What a mug. So then, all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out here. There as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped there and there, I never had the door open. I had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, stolen like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court? You're clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. I realized it too. Yeah! We're finally getting progress! Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I'd like you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else you should have heard. Very well, my lord. I'll like to elaborate. On a particular sound that Mr. Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained the presence of the following person.
Take that!
Thrice-fired mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel! Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own, for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that onwards journey. Did you not hear the door opening and closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in that carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did, or did not hear, is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zykes. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. It's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Oh shit. Ah! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite, just because she was some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. But Mr. Foreman! I didn't want to judge the girl just because she was some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. But we're not trying the girl! Alright, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Damn. Ah, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Armadon? This carnage, it's perfect. Jury number 2 is the only one left. Alright, with the way that this is going, you know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule, and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respectable gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Fucking hell, those are long words. Explain yourself at once. Boarded the omnibus on the night in question. The victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was put there after he died. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last statement? Hmm? Well said, Lord Van Zykes. The obviously is troubling me also. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously. No! Ah, well. Not heavy enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes. So I ask you again. If the door wasn't opened even once, the explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. So you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Turns to the door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open.
Objection!
Could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. The use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the coast cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the courts.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. The skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, Skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilden and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from a seat, having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. But good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
On the Skylight in its cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. Yet, not one person made mention of such events in the last testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Quite a humble fella. Make a wee comment here. Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Humph! Oh my, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the one who stuck that knife in the man were... I love how she's so rapidly she's tapping. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, you said, you rotter! What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. To give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay? You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... Ah! Lady first. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too, and about you, you rotten scoundrel. Order, order, order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. I return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zykes. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse a witness without proof. I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. The hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I should put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! Thought there was something fishy about the hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. I've seen this matter through now, one way or another. There's pit and rubbish in our midst. We must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public alley they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You'll take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is pushing forward. Slight translation error there. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Santa was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. You're so sure about the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Okay, so there's the latch there. So it's definitely the same cabin. Alright, be right back again, everybody. Sorry. And, where is it? There it is. Alright, everybody, I'm back. Sorry. God, it's hot in my room. Let's say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck, not the other not noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down as the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel of the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. To people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not, dickhead. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. Saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you right there, fella. Do you have any evidence at all? Ah. 'Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes! This is going so well.
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It certainly had been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of a lock? Some kind of a joke, he said. Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly. Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bit of cold. If you did manage it, your eyes would freeze shut and you never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man unlocked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm terribly sorry about that, young fella. Well, you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. You saw I rot through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. Oh, you! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. And a competition I should like to be involved in, really. Alright.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, Lumen, no! Not once, never! You never met the man before, he said? Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection.
No. Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you? Did the witness last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? Heh, you borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? A sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. Arrgh. And, young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You didn't make hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm going to find the perfect fit for whatever fine jet walks through the door. Heh, the perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Thrice-Fired Mason. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. Oh, this you mean? Can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Heh, aye, that it is. So it seemed the brickmaker has a customer as yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. So, absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here have the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! Ah! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGill has certainly been through in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me interrupt in all the proceedings. Ooh, Hat Hunter. Tired time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Hold it!
Let's see. Had to check.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on that night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not so. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. I was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as Rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
That ain't.
Excuse me.
Love her smug face. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? It opens. The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Love the reload. All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you, otherwise when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had puzzles coming out me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's bus, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Opens from the roof deck? Bailiff! Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh, it slides! Oh, my hat! See? Order, order, order! So it appears that the street girl statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. In front of the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo! This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. I should investigate for myself. Hasn't shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Alright, let's go back in. Let's go. Yes, it does open very well, doesn't it? I'd have to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah, what is it? Look, just here. Look at this. Without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Let's go.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and they're irrefutable proof. It remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel? My lord? I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? And...
Got it!
by Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order, order, order! But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. It only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the jet really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the proof. That shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all... Lies!
Hold it!
Fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it! Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On 3 then. Everyone, 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Oh shit. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh? What would you be referring to then now, Lord Van Zykes? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's clearly blood.
Objection!
Firstly, attend Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officer involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But, are you suggesting, Lord Van Zykes, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? Oh shit. What a palaver. Must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor you're standing, Lord Van Zykes. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zykes. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Hmm? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say. Rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood of the skylight didn't exist, you say? But, if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How can anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the word, well then his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on the matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? It could have been possible. Gotta go with the truth. No! Hey, Yang! Sorry that today has been a mess. Alright, so... to catch you up with the proceedings... this is the defendant, Magnus McGilded. Someone that has a ton of money, but apparently he does it through... basically money... not money laundering. Money loaning. Basically loans money to people and gives exorbitant... interest on them. And we have to try and get him a non-guilty verdict, or probably the proper verdict, so that he, the Lord Chief Justice, will allow us to stay here in London as a defense attorney. I've already showed you Beric von Zykes, the Reaper. Let's see, this is the man that was murdered, supposedly by Magnus. And so far, our main witnesses is Beppo, the driver, Bruce Fairplay, a city banker that owes Magnus money, Lady First, a hatter that's only an apprentice, and supposedly another one of the witnesses that were both on the roof deck of the omnibus. And we also have Gina Lestrade, a gutter snipe that was basically under one of the seats, supposedly, and might be helping him make fake evidence. Gina cute. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh? Good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel! Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Smoke grenade! The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ye? You rotten, feckless gouger! Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me! 'Tis a wicked plot! 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is!
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... Start with the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. The omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have this smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zykes, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. The omnibus was first ruled out. Both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. We checked the storage compartment, though. With any certainty, if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who's ever saw fit to verify such things. Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? My lord? Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better not start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. And then look down.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, You would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Gotta be honest. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ye. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all nonsense. The facts are what counts, and the fact is, that bloodstain is there, now! Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am, and I better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, a particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. In the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zykes, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! Oh shit, he big angy. Order, order. This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Good job yours done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. But what do you mean? It is just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. evil laugh. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? Fellowship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something, you... mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. Tell you about the truth. Lord Van Zykes, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zykes ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will now be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zykes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? There's a law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Wahahaha! Announce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Dang. Can't believe we got the possibly bad end. We're able to stay here. But we got that win through fraud. W though. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. Man's been cleared. He's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Is this gonna end in a to be continued? That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh? What stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. But it was a sight to behold, and to be sure, it was. Now you to tank, I suppose. Found an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in that head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absolute deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. So, faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, be whist. You're a humble person, are you? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Oh shit. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. Yeah, it was not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I thought I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help wherever I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move! Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh. Small. Naughty running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well? I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me! Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. You had to be shrouded in smoke. It could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. You had to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then. Follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that's what you wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. So sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. It's late hour in the day. I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. Maybe a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elder one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Is this a to be continued or an end?
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Oh shit!
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Damn, got that Phoenix Wright gaze. Sorry, Van Helsing. Got that Van Helsing gaze. Damn. Yeah, definitely saved my current progress. The Clouded Kokoro. Got out of that clouded heart. Alright, so that was another episode of The Great Ace Attorney. Definitely an interesting way to go. I don't think we've had to work with someone that we tried to get a guilty verdict of since, like, the third Phoenix Wright game? It's the one where the guy kept on speaking through a speaker box or something like that. I think so, at least. But anyways, that's the end of today's stream. Tomorrow... Oh, shoot. Hold up. I didn't change that. I'm so used to it auto-updating, because I just changed the same file. Alright, give me a moment. Bam! Tomorrow we're going to be playing Lobotomy Corporation. A game where you're the, basically the SCP Foundation trying to experiment with different creatures to make energy. But anyways, that will be the end of the stream today. I hope everyone had a wonderful time. I hope everyone enjoyed watching. And I shall see everyone next time. Bye!